um, in a more like top-down driven logic. So we're playing around with that today. So basically, I'm trying to figure out a way to do this from the level of the overlap zones. But remember, they have to have priority, which is makes it not quite like it's actually pretty simple to do it if they don't have any priority. But it's not simple if they do have priority, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. Maybe. Nope.
Please, thank you for the 200 sweets and babies. Thank you. What is normal, anyways? I don't even know what those words say. That's them, anyways. Please, please. Hi, Cheshire. How are you? Anything else for us? One. Oh, shit, I ran into them. I'm gonna trap her. She is. Oh, for 2 seconds. Okay. Well, we did that. It was spicy, though. Oh my goodness. Oh, there was one. Chloe, thank you for the gigantic placebo. What is he associated with doing? Do we even want to know? Right in your attention, or I didn't hear it? Let me see if I replay it. It might have just...
Because kids just remember.
Yeah, no. He said, I don't know how to say that. He said, I'm gonna pretend I know what I'm doing, but I don't know how to say that. Oh my goodness.
What's that rich lips? Rich lips, rich lips.
Just fired the 300 videos, thank you. It's a DJ song we all know somehow, and I thought he'd try it. Oh, it's not. Yeah, no, I don't know it. Well, maybe if I heard it. Sometimes I like read something or like somebody references something, and then as soon as I hear it, I'm like, oh, I know this song. Oh no, he's hot. I love SpongeBob. What a silly show. Coffee time? Are you making coffee? I don't think any of this has snots actually. We get level 9? That's so level 8. This one isn't even better. It's 415, 7561. Okay. Look, where we go! Don't touch that little man! Chicken! They were the 333 videos. Thank you. Thank you, Nancy. So those. I want to do another community night before Christmas. We haven't done one in ages. I don't think we've done one since like around TwitchCon. It's been a while. Wait, why don't what is one? I thought the rooms have a slot. They do. Why isn't it going in here? That was weird. Weird. Cheshire, thank you for the 7th stream tree. Thank you. Trying to really nice coffee right now. Delicious. Maybe if I just disappear after a while. I know I did a bunch because I had the upload fight a few months ago. Badges on. So, love stuff. I don't know how to do it on mobile, but if you're on your laptop, in the actual bar that you type in, there's a little icon that'll, and if you hover over it, it says chat identity, and if you click on it, you can toggle which badges you want on or off beside your name. If you click it, you can also change your name color and all sorts of stuff. But that's the only way I know to turn badges on and off. Yeah, switch. weird, but it's nice in the currency map. Oh. Okay, so they don't technically go in there? Weird, okay. I forgot to mention I finally got myself a PC with count them, two monitors. Let's go! You're gaming now, man. You're fucking gaming now. Truly and really. Are you happy with it? What have you been playing? Don't say leak. Don't say leak. Oh, wait, this is... Oh. Yeah, mine's better. 52% increase spell damage? Wait a minute. What do they mean? For free? All spells just at 50? No way. Are you guys seeing this? Yes? Look at this. 52% increased spell damage. Just. Your one is 81? But this is like this, right? You just hold it and then it would increase all my other spells? Like all of them? Every single one? It doesn't show the base value anymore? It should stay. But I know there can be certain amount slots, so yeah. Oh, okay. I don't think I'm gonna use it right this second, but I am gonna keep that. Because why the hell would I not? I might get something better later and regret buying it, but I'd rather have it than wish that I had bought it, you know? Golem, Stinger, bow attacks, fire, an additional arrow. Shouldn't I buy this for my ranger? Plus 40 to accuracy rating, plus 16 to increase physical damage, plus 1 level to all projectile skills, plus 8 to dexterity, gain 8 length per enemy kills. Like, should I be buying stuff for classes I don't have? You have 2 near perfect rolls? Oh my god. That's a blanket buff that will be useful for longer. No, this is very good. It's hilarious because my buddy got me into League and I've hated slash loved every minute as well as Daisy and some other random games like Fatpo. Fatpo is fun. Fatpo with the right people is really fun. Yeah. I wouldn't buy unless planning on playing Ranger soon. I was maybe gonna make like an offline character with Ranger or something. Because I wanted to do Sorceress, but I was like, Sorceress is kind of fun to make their own stream too. I ended up doing that. I don't know what costs I want. I love Witch though, is the problem. And doing it. Well, they like keep late game gear for characters, but up to you. Yeah, I've heard Ranger is really fun. Yeah, that's true. She's Liz. Yeah, I will see lots of drops as well. Only totally keeping unique orange. Yeah, okay, yeah. I'll just wait, yeah. Yeah, you convinced me. Okay. That's it? Yeah, I wouldn't be able to use it for a while either. Okay, I will wait. I shall wait. I think I'm gonna grab a drink really quick, a little snack, and then we'll come back. If that's okay. I'll be right back. Y'all should get water, drink, snack as well. You got Robert? Okay, thank you, Shinken. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for streaming. I appreciate it being here long. I feel very, 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 especially this last. Basically, since TwitchCon, I don't know. TwitchCon, like, not that like there was anything wrong with it before. Just it like really like I don't know. Meeting people in person. Not that like talking to you guys like this is like not valid either, because it definitely is. But like just like meeting other streamers, meeting like Shaken Adrian Peso, meeting Gray and Nimbo and lots of other people. It was just like I don't know. It was very like oh my god, like holy shit, this is so cool. It was just and it really shifted my perspective on like I know everybody in chat is a real person, other than a Niv, and Siribot. But it's just like wild to actually like see the person in real time. It's so cool. and to like hang out and stuff. Good night, lobster. I miss giggling with queso in the hotel. Be just leaving. I'm great in person. Be just is amazing in person. Yeah, be just. That's what I mean. There's so many freaking people. It was just like, it was so cool. Sorry, out there for 3 letter in a row names. Mm-hmm. Good night, lobster. How are you gonna stream your away next week? I'm away on the 23rd. We have 5 days still. I might even do a couple extra streams here and there. I'll post it in the Discord though. I want to do a community night too. I don't know if it'll be on stream. We might do community night just in the Discord, but I will definitely post it. I'm gonna decide in the next couple days and see where I can fit that in. Go out in my human suit? Yeah. I love to see it. Oh, stream elements? Yeah, no, stream elements is not. Hi, Golden. You're a real boy? Mm-hmm. You received 10% lightning resistance? Oh, shit. What the? Are these chicken ladies? What are these? They have bird legs? Am I crazy? They're chicken ladies. The bubbles are out, but they're chickens. They will not be stopped. Did not expect chicken ladies with boobs to attack me from all angles. That was not on my do list. Wait, lobster vitamin E oil. I guess then if things you need vitamin E oil. Hi, Papa Bear. Hey, I have your. Wait, did I show you? Yeah, I showed you yours, right? Yesterday? Or not yesterday, Monday? I think I did. I think the only person I haven't seen whose ball I have now is size. Yeah, okay, perfect. You? He has no mouth. No mouth. You're safe, Bessie. Don't worry. Thank you for the 100 babies, lobster. And I hope you have a good sleep, lobster. People behind me, I fear it's not safe for you. Okay. Oh, she's still alive. I need more. Chicken Lady Massacre has been added to the bingo card. Yeah, apparently. Yeah, I did not foresee that. Not at all. Not in the slightest. Harpy? Oh, are they harpies? I don't even know what their name is. I guess I should. Follow up, man. Oh my god, I remember you. Oh my fucking god. I'm out of juice, you guys. I am juiceless. I have no eels. Or ow. Ow. Literally fine. I've done worse. I've done level 1 hitless Elden Ring. This is nothing. Oh my god, the lame way. Okay, you know what? Okay. Thank you for follow, man. Oh my god, there's just more? Are they just being, like, birthed down there? What's going on? If they're not spawning down there, it's gonna ask if they are. Okay, where's this nasty worm? It's probably gonna kill me. Oh, he's almost dead. He's gonna die. Yeah. Maybe. Those are for the weak, apparently. Apparently. I can't do it zoomed in. It's the little things, you guys. Good night, Hazel. Hope you have a good sleep. Hi, Fletcher. Chicken feet and booba's heartbeat to my one brain cell. No, I think that's correct. I think that's correct, I think that is correct. Okay, now that I'm done messing around with randoms. It's the correct years. You were just speaking. We're just having silly fun. Okay, weird bush. Rule one of Kinhara is apparently it's a celestial being in Buddhism that plays music for the gods, bird babies. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, I did not know that. Oh, the bodies are going into a whole random thing. All the time, things when I live. The spinning. Oh, oh my god, hold on, wait a minute. This is okay, everything's fine, you guys, it's fine. Hold on. Hold. Hold the line. Literally fine, everything's fine. My heart rate is not high, it's nothing. Ain't nothing but a thing to me, man. highest vitality or ascendancy skill you could have enough spirit for it. Wait, for which from the? Me trying to shoot my cat because it's purple, and I'm like, shoot purple, shooting purple good. Skelly homies, Harold and Ted. Also, gotta go say hi to Ford. Yeah. Harold and Ted, my two boys. Yeah, we can. They are currently nameless, so it's better they have a name than no name, you know? But yes, go say hi to 4G. 4G was killing it last night. He was doing a run where he had to delete his weapon for every 5 gift subs. So he had to like play through the entirety of Elden Ring DLC with constantly switching weapons and not respecing his character. It was crazy. I was watching him like play Radon last night. It was crazy, dude. He's gaining out of his mind, truly. But thank you so much for everything today, and that was very, very sweet of you. I'm glad you have a PC now too. You can play games. You should play this one if you want to, or whatever. Also, doing a giveaway for this game on Steam on PC on Friday. Should probably post that. So, or Chicken, or Adrian, do you guys want to post something about doing a giveaway for a Steam key for PoE 2 on Friday? Vitality stopped working because you don't have enough spirit for the skill it was on. Oh, you mean like the vitality regen? Yeah, I think on my last I had the scepter. The one I had before was yellow, and it gave me extra spirit. And then yeah, I think when I ran out of spirit, the what's it called? Grim Feast stopped working. Sadly, because yeah, I don't pick up shield recharge on drop anymore, which is useful. So I have to find a way to get more spirit. If you place it the blood orb skills, you could still. You are so smart. Grim Feast, it's so good. It's very good. Oh, the last boss was funny too, having to switch midway. Wait, switching what? Wait, is. Oh my god. Who the hell is this woman? Third Oh fuck. Yeah, the only problem with these laneways is that I have to back up to not get hit by the throwables, and then I can't get my fucking blood orbs, which is kind of stinky, but my minions body blocking right now are just love y'all. I didn't get any orbs. Is it because I put the other thing on that I'm not getting blood orbs now? I'm so confused. Or was it just really bad luck? I wonder. That's strange. Because now I'm not getting blood orbs at all. Hmm. The blood orbs off? Why? Because I put vitality on it? fine print. There's something going on that's conflicting with the two. Yeah, there's something conflicting with it when I went to put Vitality back on it. It supports persistent buff skills. Let me see. It is a persistent buff. So why would it not? No, the Grim Feast isn't activating. I was just moving the Vitality gem to Light Remnant, but it's not working. The gem takes Spirit? But why would it take more on something else than on Grim Feast? It uses 20 Spirit. I should have 30 extra, because all my guys are up right now, right? And I can see 30 in the bar down here. So that should be fine. Like, Grim Feast isn't working, of course, but... Because it needs 30 Spirit as well. But I didn't see Grim Feast proc, so it's so strange. I'll just leave it as it is for now. It's fine. Unless there's something that's... Where is the thing that I've been going for? I think it's like way up here. Yeah. We're not getting to that anytime soon. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 to get there. Yeah, it's 50, yeah. Yeah. Oh, trust me, I know I don't have enough right now. I don't know what order it's using them in. I guess what I could do is I could do this. And then I know for sure it's not trying to use Grim Feast, right? Hi, Richard. Because now I should have 10 left over. So we have no Grim Feast, but until I figure out my spirit situation. Yeah, I'm not sure why it stopped either two heading. It's really weird. How are you, Richard? Hi, Emery. You turn it on? Was it turned off? I forgot that you can just toggle them on and off. I gotta do that too. I just ripped it right out, put it in my inventory, and I was like, no, I know for sure it's not trying to use anything, which is good. Oh, fuck. Oh, she's dead? Yeah, get right. Absolutely destroyed. Okay. Thank you, Emery.
Cooking breakfast on my smoldering corpse. Can I have some?
Might as well. Bird's Eye Guava. To buy all the groceries and taste so delicious. I will say this: if your team
Oh,
is okay with the player being slightly chaotic evil, talking events can be really fun. Weird, but really funny. I'm currently playing a drow. I know I talk about my drow all the time. I love her. I freaking love Willow.
what's
She's my
going on
favorite.
in here? Well,
And
they're just trying to find
in
one
some
minion
games I pulled her into for like for fun one shots, she's like a cinnamon roll. But the latest one that I have her in, she's like more on the psychotic edge of this like If she can fry it, she will eat it. Like I think I'm leaning her towards like this crazy Dexter type character. But chef cooking is her excuse. She really just wants to kill.
Finally, after eons thrown inside the lamp, I am
Jin.
free. As a reward for this, I shall grant you wishes three. I wish for the power to grant worship. Your wish is my command.
Oh.
You should have chosen your words more carefully, friend. Oh, now you are teaching them to I am. It's I am your master.
Into the moon.
And for my first wish, I want to be free of this accursed lamb. Your wish is my command. My life. Oh, you clever little shits. I know you're planning to twist my words again. You give me a bucket of chicken legs or some shit. No, I fish for human legs. Do them. Oh,
You should not specify.
oh, you think you're so freaking clever. Oh, you put the leg on his forehead.
So that I did not have enough spirit to get the silver connoisseur spell with the silver, now you hit spirit.
Oh no.
Your spirit
What the
is
fuck,
crazy early game in the line iron here.
I guess I'm off to new adventures now.
So, just
That's
how
nice
much
life
spirit
you
you're
get.
using? Hold on.
Please, put
So,
me out of my
in
misery.
my case,
You want me to end your suffering? Yeah,
so this, if it's from this, like, this will give it, this will not use spirit. So this just absolutely grants me the skeletal warrior menu for free without spirit because I'm using the factor in my name. But if you want to have minions, for example, I have the skeletal arsonist here
This
in
were
the
really
light agency. It's a reserve 50 spirit. So they take 50 each. They, so why is it more expensive than Wilson? Yeah, they take 50
Brain
each.
just wants people to suffer.
And then your spirit is still here. If you look in the bottom right corner, see the mana in your spirit. If you want 50,
Only the pure
you
may mount me.
here to do that basically.
I'm
It's very
pure.
long.
I sense a darkness in your heart, traveler. You have taken the life of others.
Well, yes, but only those of foul beasts are to defend the helpless from wicked.
It matters not. To take a life is to sin.
Oh, dang it.
Though you can clear yourself of this sin by swearing an oath to never kill again.
With hunters,
Unbreakable
yeah.
Pegasus, and may not be undone.
No, don't do it.
On my honor, I swear to never kill again.
Then it shall be.
Oh no.
Boy, can't wait to ride a Pegasus.
Such fast adventure. Have you not also stolen many treasures?
You mean the treasure hoards from the monsters I slain?
Well, those treasures didn't belong
Guy's
to
gonna
the
be a
monsters
slave.
to begin with, did they?
Well, I guess.
You must swear to give all your gold back to the poor and downtrodden.
Okay, I swear to give all my loot to those in need.
Yes.
Sweet. It's Pegasus time.
I think not. For the pure do not imbibe in alcoholic beverages.
You want me to give up drinking?
Scary for a second.
Okay, fine. Is that all, or?
Also no cursing.
Yeah,
Cursing.
I want to ride you already. Can I ride you now, Radiant Steed?
Almost. There is but one further oath you must make.
Yes, I'll do anything to ride you.
To mount me, knight, you need only swear. To bed maidens none.
What?
For to bed fair maidens is to sin.
Maidens nine, or get on myself.
Right, your thoughts keep it in. So,
Yes. now.
Be nice to yourself. For all the things, you need more? Yeah, yeah. I have a low spirit is pretty stinky. Stinky. Is it the minions that you want? But you're having a problem with? Or are you using spirit for other things?
I don't know when the barbarian saved him. I think the barbarian saved him. That horn, though. That horn. It took horny to a whole new level.
There you are. And now you'll be fully engulfed in stone, conscious, yet unable to move.
Not unless you blink.
What?
You said we need to lock eyes for me to turn to stone.
Yes.
So I'll just wait for you to blink before I strike.
I don't think you understand. You're literally turning to stone. So even if I blink for a second, it's not like you can. What the shit?
Things people have ever done.
No,
Yeah, I
mister.
don't
So long.
care anymore, but these are fucking fun.
You're powerless to stop me.
Your eyes are looking a little watery.
No, I'm fine.
Cooking, you guys. It's time to cooking. I should have the soul in that. Is it stuff? You don't see its soul. I just explored every inch of the map now. Fine here, then. He's being yeah, I know what's wrong with me. Yes, I am aware.
He's way too unhinged.
The lemon.
I'll still play with him.
My potion of immortality.
That barbarian did.
My little shit.
Capture Lucian's hands off that little.
More lobbying, but he's sweet. What's the noise? We're gonna get some Vikings. Listen,
Just crying out.
thank you for anything.
Is that Baba Yaga?
What? What the hell am I looking at? Where'd you hide it?
Spirit
They become temporarily blinded.
And you chose to hide it in a stupid dark cave? Moron! You should have destroyed it when you had the chance.
All three sisters.
What did you do to my sisters?
There's any like air production comments or something.
And the cauldron. Potion of immortality would have been complete, and I would have been unstoppable.
Would you?
It's okay. We're safe now.
Why would you?
He's gonna make her suffer. He's gonna make her suffer.
Your opinion's talking once. Oh, it's that one Jason. Isn't that a racing spirit? Usually spirit, yeah. I guess what motivation? Because I know you can do it for me.
What
So
is
I'm
he,
sure
level 20
something
rebellion?
for
Pat on your back. Word to Flemmer.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about first. The only thing I use is contagion and multiple merchants.
I would love to party with this barbarian. A party of true evil.
Today, Fawn. I think not, hero. My blade will destroy you in a single
You're
snap.
good? I don't know, man.
Blade was made from ore found in the furthest, most forsaken realms. It was then bathed in hot lava for millennia and forged under a full hammered into perfection by dwarven blacksmiths with autism. Soon no one's good. My blade was by dark elf priests high on DMT. It is imbued with every enchantment known to man. Every single one. My blade smells of lilacs. My blade possesses a 100% chance of decapitating its foes. It has been struck by lightning 1,000 times.
What kind of creature is this? Is this like a hobgoblin? Or something?
But the fact that he
D&D
doesn't
fan?
please.
Which one is
My blade will tear you asunder.
Still fine until it's wrong.
What just happened?
My blade, my enchantments. See, the problem with blades like yours is they finish the job too quick. My blade will rend you to fine paste.
I don't understand. What happened to his blade? He's just built different. He's a git?
Enchantments. See, the problem with blades like yours is they finish the job too quick. My blade will rend you to fine paste.
Why is she telling me something not to
Instead of being toothpick.
Why was it funnier the second time?
one of the later skills of the list of those curses may be correct. And the lowest curses, like when you use low curses.
Find 3 full-size rules. Batman, the
One of the
Joker,
real
Harley
things
Quinn,
weird on
and
this.
3 accessories that go with them.
Or something
Batarang,
swap
the
on,
Joker's
but
hat,
then
and
one
Harley's
goes
an
away.
limited edition supplies are enough to make them.
That's
A
why
box that transforms into a Gotham
you guys
basic
are stuck
great
when it's so
levels in
annoying.
your
Such a
SE.
struggle
Right?
and
Hurry to
figure
get
it
those
out.
collector's
And
edition
people
books before
and
we sell
people have
out.
like opinions on what you should and shouldn't do, but I'm definitely a believer that like only you can know what's like good for your body. Like only you know how you feel. You know what I mean? And if you're eating something that's making you feel terrible, then yeah, like that's just you're listening to body sometimes.
Oh no.
Once you found stuff that does work and that you're okay with,
Run, girl.
it's so annoying not to know.
You're in danger.
Just a few more steps. You would have
Making a big boost in how much
for centuries. I figured the whale was living in you.
Oh, okay. When it's cheesecake in the fridge and I'm eating cheesecake with Daniel, oh wow. So you know that my love of lemon is cheesecake. You're trying to upset me? You know what I mean?
What's the matter where I'm going into?
You're formidable. You know that. Wait,
The more I'm watching this show, the more I'm fearing for the enemies. I'm just like, you guys need to run. You don't know what you just came across. This isn't your average hero's party.
What are those shoes, lady? Let me see.
It's a crazy barbarian.
No, where's the
Psycho.
it means you make a formidable puppet.
Here.
You are now under my control, hero. With your raw power and comically wide build, I shall slay thousands.
It's too strong.
Why aren't you moving?
mean, that's a good question.
Help me out. We suffer.
Sending my fighting in such a rare.
Are you? Are you not?
And in
What are you doing?
to go nuclear something. I think this, I don't know that it's 100% because I think this thing is it's more like existing with like your kidney, maybe or liver or something. And you just think it's actually in the liver. What's that? Maybe turn on the sun.
Show.
Like from my people, I love lemon dessert. Like, oh god. A lemon poppy seed muffin? Oh my god.
Yeah, that's how I feel too, buddy. What
Just-
the hell did I
I
just
was gonna say,
Subscribe and like if you've watched this video and you haven't subscribed yet to be part of the Chaos Army. We are trying to take and you know, have a victory scream. We can help you find top credit cards with criteria.
What? Nothing. Nothing. It's not even intentionally bad. It was just like the muffin, and then I was gonna pair it with the thing I said before, but like that's. I'm not explaining this to you. If you can't figure it out from there, then like I don't know what to tell you. I will not explain further. Betsy, help me. Please, you're on a diet. I'm sorry, DM. I think even when you're on a diet, I think you should be allowed to. How much milk? Every day, kind of person. And then I look forward to having like that little thing each day, and like that's what keeps me sane. But I know some people who like they want cake and they'll eat the whole cake. Themselves that know they can't have it. Because once they start, they like cannot stop, and like for those people, I guess it's. And then there's obviously, you know, people who have like dietary stuff where they don't have a choice. That's a whole different thing. You know, if you're diabetic, then yeah, you probably have to stay away from sugar, unfortunately. Sometimes it's not really a choice. Every thought is turned to every thought. Chicken. There's a bakery my old doctor with the best lemon tarts. Oh. Yeah, I love a lemon dessert. I love lemon in general. It's so good. Like, even when it comes to, like, you guys have like San Pellegrino? Like, what do I want you to help me with? Saving me from myself. So nostalgic for D2. Oh my god, I know. And then if we talk about Destiny 2 1. Or unless it's Diablo 2, but maybe. I gotta cheat at least once a week. Yeah, I think it's normal to like if you aim for perfection, I think it's just like not sustainable. So if you try to like just do little bits here and there, I think for me that's the best way, but obviously like I'm not gonna tell somebody else what they should or shouldn't do. But that's always what's worked good for me. Okay, that was cool. Wow, that was really cool. She was like, "You're not leaving the arena." That was sick. Okay. What's your guys' favorite cake? Mine is. This sounds insane, but mine is like ice cream cake. I don't know if you guys know about Dairy Queen ice cream cake, but oh my god, I miss Dairy Queen ice cream cake like every day of my life. That shit is so good. Ooh, carrot cake, yes, that's another good one. Love carrot cake. I can make a vegan carrot cake for sure. Like easily, like no dairy. It's not too tough. The icing would be a little bit harder, making like a cream cheese frosting, but it's doable for sure. Cheesecake. Do you like pie more? What kind of pie? So events that reminds me of my childhood. This is excellent. Like a show player? Like a this one has a smell? Blood oranges are delicious and have a metal ass name. Yes, I agree. Vanilla ice cream? You've never seen that before? Well, Dairy Queen, does Dairy Queen exist in the States or is Dairy Queen Canadian? I don't know. Maybe it's Canadian. Maybe I'm just exposing how Canadian I am. I don't know. If you bring carrot cake to a party, then no one will eat it, and then yes, carrot cake enjoyers rise up. Sounds like a good plan. Oh yeah, the carrot cake has that cream cheese broth thing. I love ice cream cake so much. I think I understand what you mean about the story of Final Fantasy X. I'm kind of sad. Yeah, FF10 2. The girlies are cute. Love the looks. Love the like class changing mid battle. It's very Sailor Moon. It's very girly pop. The opening of Final Fantasy X 2 is one of my favorite video game openings of all time. But the I pick a day. Niku is here. Oh, okay. The Dairy Queen ice cream cake is it goes crazy. The crunchy bits with the fudge in the middle. I remember being a kid and like I would eat all the stuff around it and save that part specifically at the end and just like eat all of that because it was like the best part. At least playing 5D chess with them. So good. The combat is so amazing, but like today the story was kind of explained like how it works, and I was like, oh, yeah, I don't want it like handed to me, right? It just makes it not as exciting. It makes it kind of like, oh, okay, now we're just doing this. Yeah, yeah. That's where 10-2 kind of is. Yeah, gonna be great, but I love that there's three girlies that are the main characters, but yeah, it's still fun to go through. Why is everything like handheld? I don't know. I think maybe they assumed that because the protagonists were three girls, like maybe like they thought girls didn't know how to play RPG games or something. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, where's this? What the fuck is her arm? She has the cyberpunk arm. What the fuck? Right? Others said that in stream. No, that's what it's giving though. Amy and were like, why is this a baby game? Like, why do they think girls are gonna play this and not? No, that's because they knew. They were like, we're gonna make this very like fashion souls and very like girly pop and whatever. So now we have to cater to people that we think don't know how to play the game. It's what it's giving. Yeah. The songs are my favorite songs in 10-2. You know, they're so good, bravo. They're so good in 10-2. It has good things to offer. It's just the story is not its strong point, unfortunately.
For all time, so that the sands may never swallow the onward bed. We give you to the sky and to the wind in defiance of the doom of the desert.
Cleaning, spinning. That's it? Yeah. Okay. Wait, what was her name? Did it say? It didn't say, right? say the word. Welcome back. Like there are super opens, I think. Oh, the girlies? Yeah. So hold on, I have a question about the lore here. Now, there was jumping involved. Were they jumping in here? It's. I thought we were just from the ledge, but now it's giving. You know? Unless I'm insane. Unless I'm misunderstanding what they were saying, because it was very, like, kind of between the lines. Maybe I'm misreading, but, Well, so where do we go? Down here? Because that's... Yeah, that would make more sense, I guess. This one is filled and, like, ornate. So weird. Always the whole. You're back. It's make food. Yes, thank you, Sandy. Working out. Please make food. It's nice to see you always. I always appreciate when you're here. We had a good stream earlier. You guys, the wall said I love her. One of my favorite people I've met on Twitch, truly. Okay. Fortune silk slippers. Thank you for the follow, welcome in. Oh, fuck. See, like, why am I clicking on this girl in the front and it goes to the back? Oh, God, I pissed off more. Bear, thank you for the 250s. Thank you. Enjoy your free bear pet if that's what you're going for. Hi, Glance. Sorry, Glance. Sorry, Queen. The unworthy die outside to be swallowed by the sand. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, so... Thank you for the 2 gifties, Mr. Bear. You can't compare out here still? Dude, I thought I turned sticky keys on. Do you want to turn on sticky keys? No. Dumb. Why would I want that? I'm loving it. It's been so fun. I've definitely had my moments of, oh my god, what am I doing? Because it's my first RPG, but ultimately, really enjoying it. I can see myself eventually doing like a hardcore playthrough at some point. I just want to like learn more about the game and the builds and stuff. So obviously it's like whatever you want it to be, which is so cool. It's a very cool game. I definitely see the appeal. And it runs so well and the levels are so cool and I don't know. I have nothing but good things to say about this game, truly. I'm like, no, I'm not sponsored. I wish I was. Because it sounds like I am when I'm saying that shit, but I'm like, no, I just genuinely really like the game. I bought a MacBook and I hate myself for work. You have to get it for work. They made me get a MacBook in college as well, and I was like, okay, I guess. What if you need sticky keys? I do not. If you do, good for you, but I do not. How many cents a mod is? Like 5,000. I get it to work. Yeah. Mac is fine. Like, it's fine. It's just, like, I didn't like dislike my Mac or anything. It was just, you know, having to invest in something like that when you don't really want it and you already have a PC is just stinky. Why, when I put contagion and the shit on them, they always run away? Receiver, what are you playing as? What class? Unless you don't want to share, that's okay too, but I'm always just so interested in what people are playing and how they're enjoying it. Because I've only played Witch so far. So far. It's been fun though. I just look at the Apple being like fire product to code for our products. Yeah, yeah. Gotta spend money to make money, Betsy. Or so they say. In this case, it's true. It's the same thing with me when I bought this PC earlier this year. It was like a lot of money to put out, and I was like reeling at the time. But now I'm like, no, I love my PC. It's actually great. I'm very happy with my purchase. And you just write it off on taxes, and you know, Sulu, as the French say. So it was nice. I got to lead a workshop for the first year engineer to bring a lot of my old classmates who are industry, and yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that would be nice. Catching up with people who like our friends is always good. Always good. Why do I feel like sometimes I feel like this chair is too big for me? Like I feel like I need to have my arms like this because the armrests are so like out there. I'm like, please stop. My arms are not that wide. I don't think. What the fuck? So not sure that's how they say it. I know it's a meme. I'll show you the video after, Carson. It's a meme. Unless Queso can find it, or Shinken, or Adrian, if they can find the Tulupa video and post it in chat, but imagine it's Canadian and they thought that's actually you say Saint Louis. Tulupu. Sponge guard? That's our weekly. Sponge guard weekly. Are you gonna fucking glass on a free Saturday? Just like old times? Oh, with your friends? That will be fun. That will be very fun. Sounds like you're gonna have a good weekend. Yo, these guys just jump over me? Oh, fuck. Kill. Good lord. Oh, did you find the Shinken? Thank you. I forgot he was there. Oh my god, that almost killed him. Why? It should be good. It'll be like the good old days of getting annihilated on an exam and drinking tequila for 5 hours. I love tequila. Love tequila. Okay, where are the checkpoints? What is the most crusty dust? Yes, yes. You're flying? Oh my god, it's tomorrow. What? Oh my god, I'm a bone witch and I'm fighting a bone boss. Let's go. Portal? Okay, very cool boss. Wow, Wow, he just slammed his face in the ground. That was crazy. God. Okay, it didn't hurt as bad as I thought it would, but it didn't feel great. My God. I rolled, but still got hit. Okay. I rolled into that one. That was my bad. Can I get some ads? I need to move faster. When he's doing that, I gotta just stop casting and move my ass. Sort of worked. Fire for you? I don't know. He's blowing up. Oh, he's throwing up guys. Hold on. Oh my God. I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go. No. No. I got stuck on his arm. Fine. Do it again. Okay. I'm gonna hit. Ew, he has arms for legs. Why? Did you ever see that? He had like 8 arms for legs. What the hell? Oh, the tentacle thing. Oh, it's leaving. Give him a high five. A low five, you mean, Bessie? That's a low five, Bessie. I don't think it's five anymore. I mean, that's like a low 40. I mean, I can't hit all of them, but I get out of that. I just get hit by it every time, apparently. Did you ever time out the other day? Not to be a day for getting timed out. Only glance, to be honest. Oh my God. Oh, well, we're standing right here. There we go. Tornadoes again? Okay, that one I'm in though. It might be. Is he gonna summon the guys or no? He's doing it now. No, he's not. You're not gonna summon dads? Okay. Oh my god, please. He didn't summon any guys. Okay. Fine with me. Oh, are you fucking dead or not? Jesus Christ. Skewy. Oh my goodness. I didn't know whether to shake his hand, foot, or something. See, that was you. Play him like a xylophone? Mm-hmm. A xylophone, rather. Sure, they can go to the meetings. School was fun to watch, and they released Shadow, they released some great crit stuff. Yes. You were in. Thank you. Thank you for the days. Thank you so much. Thank you. Experiences of food. So, they got everyone after running away again, huh? Speak to Sala. I guess we're going back. We didn't go like one way. We'll go check the one way and then we'll leave because that's it. Thank you to him. How do you tell that? What the hell? Why are these guys back? Okay. Went through the whole area, didn't die to mobs, and then after I killed the boss, all of a sudden they're all back and then I died. Okay. I see, I see, I see. Good night, Optimus. Yeah, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I'll be listening. Oh, is that what happened to it? Oh, I didn't know it was something. What? Oh, his parts were just here, so when the dude summons him, that's like thinking about this from a game design perspective. This is kind of insane. So, is he actually all of these pieces, and they had to make each individual piece and like piece together? And then, because when he dies, he falls apart, and when he goes together, right? Like from a video game design perspective, isn't this like really intricate and difficult to do? Like that sounds insane. It's like having like a puzzle and then making the puzzle. That's pretty fucking insane to be honest. Yeah, like that's wild. They're good at what they do, clearly. Like that's insane. Like I came in this room and I saw the bones, but I was just like, whatever, some big thing died here, but it's actually the bone. That's crazy. And they all have like writing and like stuff on them. Like the attention to detail in this game is incredible. It's wild. Crazy, crazy. It's very impressive. Break a leg is just an idiom. It doesn't actually matter if someone's leg is be broken or not. All it means is you're telling someone good luck. Actually, I gotta get a bunny email that's like, actually. Do we even want to go back? There's two ways now. There is. What if one of them is a boss? I don't think we fought any like bosses here yet, but I probably should. I think the problem is, yeah, they're throwing shit down. Well, will they not come in the boss room? Well, that kind of sucks for them. Remember the augmentation? Executive boss fights have always been their bread and butter. The boss fights have been very good so far. Like I said, there's only been one boss fight. But overall, the fight was still good, and it was still a good things that I was like, that is not how that's supposed to work, unfortunately. It was mostly just the spells aiming in weird places when I was like targeted right on the boss. This game is still seen like AAA games launching for like the last 5 years. So, and they've rolled out updates and been communicative and responsive more than big developers, like huge developers. The Titan in Act 2. Is that the Red Mayan guy? Was that his name? He was a Titan? Yeah, he was kind of... My spells were not going to him all the time. It was really frustrating, but the fight otherwise was very cool, but that was definitely frustrating me because it just felt like the game was working against me a bit. My damage was also heinous, and yeah, we found out today I didn't, like, improve most of my skills, which was part of my problem and why the damage was so bad. I probably would have had a much better time with him if I had realized that sooner, but that's okay. So it's kind of my bad too. Buggy, yeah, I encountered some of it. It wasn't like I said. It's not like it wasn't to the degree of it being unplayable, but the camera kind of being all over the place and then the spells going the wrong way a lot of the times. I was like, what the heck is going on? But that's the only one so far. Slinky, who are you? Hitbox is too jank with him. The half the ranger skills don't work because something wrong with the flooring. Yeah, I don't know if it's the nature of him moving around the arena all the time, and I know people were saying his arm that gets raised sometimes is the hitbox on that boss and what your things want to aim to. And I was using predominantly this cast, right, which is similar to the Ranger. It's a projectile. It goes forward when you let it go. And instead of going straight like that, sometimes it would shoot straight at the ground, or I would have my mouse here on the right side, and it would fire like up here when the boss was like here. It was very strange. I don't really know what was going on with that, but like you said, maybe it's to do with the flooring or something. But it wasn't always. Sometimes it did work. It was strange. But it definitely made the boss fight a little more difficult than intended. Still a very cool fight, though. Today it was ass. Camera kept freaking out. At one point, I was floating in the air. Yeah, there was a couple times when his arm would move that, like, my character would be like, "Yeah." That's like the only one so far that they gotta do something about. Gasful boss? Gasful. Is it an earlier boss? Maybe it's a boss I haven't seen now. Gasful. Oh, you mean the one where she's like impaled? Balakava? Sometimes you think about shit that I definitely don't, but overall it's pretty polished for early access. And, I agree, Montanya. Yeah, there's still things they have to tweak, which I think is fair and to be expected in early access. Like I said, the majority for how many listen, for all of this shit and how many skills and stuff there are in the game for early access, like to try to balance all of this along with all of the skills and unlockable things and weapons and everything, it is a lot of stuff and they have done very well. So it's exciting to see where they will go and how they keep like adjusting things and tweaking things to make them better. Like they're already doing very good. It'd be a great fight. Yeah, it was a really cool fight. Even the way he like comes into the arena and stuff, it was very cool. I think that's it for here. Oh no, we have one other way here. I've filmed it 30 times and I've yet to have any real issues on it besides the weird pushing up with his arm. That's so interesting. So very interesting. The other unique mechanics. No, I agree. I agree. See what bosses they took up for X4 to 6. Yes. What I mean, there's just more. More and more and more. We'll start coming back before 1.0. Can you explain to me what leads in? Is that the thing that's like more competitive and they do things on it? The poison from the whole box, people with hardcore character just get walled by that in the first attempt. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would be tough. Man, that's crazy. Things will start under a few months after release, most likely. Yeah, I would assume that they would want to balance things, but you never know. We'll have to wait and see. I think they're more focused on just like fixing things, and then they're gonna prep the next couple seasons. But we'll see. I didn't know you played this. Oh, no, I guess you did mention that you played a little bit of Path of Exile and Shingen. I did not know you played it. Then what is this? Wait, what are the Diablo seasons? You play this too, Powers? Their special designs, themes, new mechanics. That's fun. For 3 4 months, they drop all characters to stay and everyone starts fresh. It's a huge That's huge mechanics that usually get added to the core game. Wait, they do get added to the core game, or they don't? Season so making your character start again. I'm okay with that. Do you lose all of your items and everything too for that specific character? That's like part of it. 6 more. It's double. Yeah, it's double the classes. It's crazy. It's like basically half of the content is still going to be yet to be seen, right? Oh my god, that's a lot of fucking boys, guys. A lot of boys throwing a lot of shit. Jesus Christ. These characters start fresh, empty stash, gear, and monies. I'm honestly, I'm fine with that. I don't mind having to like start from the bottom, and it's kind of exciting because maybe you'll get gear that you're looking for and maybe not, and maybe that'll be the deciding factor for what kind of playstyle you do. Is like maybe you find a really cool gear piece that you're like, yeah, you know what, I really like this. I want to like tailor my build into this, and it encourages you to try something new that you wouldn't have done before. I don't know. I like the possibilities of that. That it's different every time. That's a lot of boys. Virgo having to share a room with Misha and Adrian. And for Tanya. It went well, though. In the season, everything merges to standard. It makes these big league launch events. Everyone's really excited and no one knows all the new stuff. It's really fun. Yeah, it's exciting to experience it together and like play it together. They have specific unique items, so more options for building to find. Yeah, see, that's really cool. That's smart. It's very, very, very smart. More games should do stuff like that instead of focusing on shit like, oh, here's another battle pass. Better play our game that we gave you new content. No content in to get cosmetics. And it's like, I don't know. I don't think that's like for some games, sure, and like having it as an option, sure, but like the way that like most developers are just like, here's another pass, player game more, and they give you no new content, or they give you like one new game mode for like 2 weeks, and then they're just like, we did our job, guys. It's just rake in the money. I don't know. It's not really. I don't think it's like hooking players anymore. I think people are kind of tired of it. Yeah, I think we're good here. I don't know if there's another. I guess I can go look at town. We'll go see if there's a skull on the map for this area. First yellow skill queso? Oh my god. You guys are dramatic. Queso's healthy, he's fine. He didn't almost die. Very silly. Very, very silly. So, where were we? It was this, right, with the towers? Yeah, so we're done here, and the chest is everything figured out, right? Yeah, we're good. We can leave. Okay. Cool. Think they've been doing this consistently for 10 plus years? Yeah, it's awesome. Really? Mechanics are the size of other game expansions? See, that's so cool. Cosmetics aren't content. They're not content, no. They are something that people will want to play the game to get, but it doesn't mean that, you know, that that's like content. Pipe down, Your Honor. You're in there. No. I will defend my Princess Margot. I will defend her. I will not have her name slandered without her here to defend herself. You almost died? But did you die? But did you die? I think not. I think you were standing right there in chat. Fine. Standing. Inside long ago, so really fine. All dramatics.
Stay inside.
Where does this go in here? It does now. Is there something else you can, like, some sort of chance, unstack, orb of transmutation, wriggle orb? You can't craft orbs of alchemy? Luck? That's so annoying. So it's not like there's no shards to stack them? Just from drops or training? Yeah, dude. Okay. Exchange? Okay. Everything is a drop chance with music currency exchange. Probably not. We want these truths to be self-evident. The battle passes are ass. Yeah, I like battle passes because I am a sucker for cosmetics, but even I am tired of that being like. I'm tired of that. Like every time that they think that is enough incentive for people to continue to play their game. Do you know what I mean? I don't really think it is. I think that you should give people more, and that then if you gave people more, then they would probably feel more incentivized to buy that battle pass, right? If you're free to build an item up and the alchemy orb skips the process, so it's rare. Okay, fair. Fair enough. Just fair. So in the case of my shoe, is my shoe? Maybe. Item, I can use this on magic, because that's a skill. I guess I can just fuck around and find out. Oh, yippee, 11 strength. That's good. Well, actually, that's fine, I guess. Like, if this is subscribe to deliver quality content consistently, smart. With the new random modifier. I'm hungry. 14% increased spirits? Okay. Boppers. Battle passes are cool when only Fortnite did it. I became a problem when every game wanted to do it. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care because it's like, at the end of the day, battle passes are generally just normally more battle pass currency, and they're normally just cosmetics, and you don't need that to play the game. Like I said, my concern is that a lot of developers seem to think battle pass is content enough for people to continue playing their game, and it's not. It's just not. Good night, Yohimbo. Thank you for you know, Bessie, and thank you for the what's it confused your bits earlier, but either way, thank you. Yeah, they're optional, so like you don't have to do a battle pass, but I wish that we were given more, you know? And then like an event once every like 3 months that's around for 2 weeks. I'm not speaking about this game because this game is like a whole league thing, it's different. I'm speaking about um okay. Spirits. Can I change the 11 to strength or no? Upgrade the magic item to a rare item. Like if I do this, it doesn't change. Can I change the plus 11 to strength with anything? With Apex, if you manage to do the whole battle pass, you leaving us on the edge. You'd get enough Apex coin to buy an next one. A lot of them are structured that way too. Yeah, that was the incentivization, is that if you buy the battle pass once, so long as you don't spend the currency on anything else, you can normally use the in-game currency to buy the next battle pass and then just keep rolling it. They've done that intentionally because they want people to continue to play the game because they want to have a healthy player base because their healthy player base means, you know, more money, but you cannot. Technically you can. But a Chaos Orb, which you have 3, oh yeah, no, that's fine. I'm fine with that. That's okay. This is better than it was, because it was literally nothing before, so that's fine with me. Okay, well that's fine then. That's better than it was, and I had like 50 and 40 of those, so that's what they're there for, I'm assuming. Okay, that's fine. At least it does a little bit more. So we have 24 extra spirit on hand. I don't think that's enough for Grimpy. That, in the words of Luca. Can I just put this in here and toggle it off? Not enough spirits? How do I toggle it? It is toggled off, right? It's fine. Usually you get all your gear to have 2 stats on them. Yeah. It is off, yeah. They also do because they know people like me will buy packs with those coins. Did you buy Apex packs with coins? I only really waited for events. Because generally the best bang for your buck was to wait for like a big event. Like the yearly anniversary event on Apex was like pretty crazy with like you could buy the majority of the stuff and then you get like they would just give you enough heirloom shards to get an heirloom. And then that you would also have Apex packs and the anniversary spins kind of thing, but it was a lot of money. But if you're looking to spend your money wisely and get those things instead of just gamba and hope to get heirloom shards, then that was the most surefire way. So we need to talk to Asala. Well, what time is it? Time. Halloween event? Yeah, the Halloween events are pretty cool. They were pretty good. Almost 8.5 hours. Yeah, I probably should call in here. I probably should. Yeah, I know. I have to edit stuff after stream too. Oh my god, that's what the rock pad looks like? I haven't seen it in person. Look at his fucking legs. He got legs like Gru from Despicable Me. It's crazy. We did lots today. We have a cute outfit. We got some better gear. We have 2 cats now, which is incredible. We look amazing. We fought some cool bosses too. Just one stream. And thank you guys again so much for all the fucking support earlier. That is crazy. Thank you so much. The bits and the subs and everything, the resubs and the primes and the biddies, like, you guys are very, very, very kind, and because of your kindness, I can keep doing what I do. So thank you guys, truly. The cats are beautiful. I know, I love them. Aren't they cute? Aren't they cute? But yeah, thank you guys so much, and thank you for being here, hanging out, whether you're working or chatting, or I appreciate it a lot, truly. It throws rocks when you stand still. At you? That's pretty funny. But thank you guys. The pioneers used to ride those babies for miles and churn butter, apparently. Yes.
let's see. Let me get something on TV. Put something on TV here. Some Power Rangers or something. All right, there we go. All right. So now, instead of this, Okay, I think that's right.
Finally, the prophecy has been fulfilled. The Sixth Ranger is now one of us. Use your feet, Tommy, and bring life to the Dragon's Orb. But when he combines with the last one, Triceratops spins him to Scheiße. The fact remains that even as you faced your greatest danger, with all the odds stacked against you, you carried on like true superheroes and persevered. Alpha, you displayed exemplary leadership capabilities in my absence. I am very proud of you. And now I want the Artemis Ranger. Now that you are a true Power Ranger, Tommy, you must follow three basic rules or lose the protection of the power. First, never use your power for personal gain. Second, never escalate a battle unless Rita forces you. And finally, keep your identity secret. No one may know you are a Power Ranger. A new chapter has begun, Rangers. Let the power protect you.
Here we go.
space too, and that is on the wall. Yeah. Oh, you're involved. And his mommy said we can't play with it. Oh.
Guys are like so funny. Why don't you just go back to the circus where you
Hey, look. Circus really in town? That was an insult, bubble brain.
Sup, dude? Alright, let's go back here. Check our on death setup logic.
Before any of them can be. Don't be. They haven't moved since you teleported us here. Can't be cured? Where can I get one? Don't worry, son. I'll never let you defeat the Power Rangers.
So
So, what's the situation with Shell Shock now? See for yourself. Observe the viewing door.
variety by component.
I'm gonna go with science lab. Oh, who's the part with dessert from all between 3 ants and a cockroach? Question, by the way, you can thank Vulcan still for that. 100 places. I know. Let's have a research assistant. Yeah, well, I might just a little bit more like those creepy, crawly bugs. Oh, you just have a new master guy. A new master? Well, he's smarter than some humanoids I know. Hey, you can't talk about Bob like that. All I know is he never failed an IQ test. Yeah? Let's see. An obstacle course. Brave of me, Dad. Nice catch, Bob. A marvelous piece of earth artwork that must have taken at least an hour to put together. Shall I place it in the dining room? Then, you draw it. Yes, my queen. One smooth, tiny Spider-Man's going to do it. What's that? It's a big statue. On that statue is no Spider-Man law. And now, can you plug in? Yes, what's next? The spider good is get me the statue. Then you release it and make it grow and it comes in and punches the whole thing. It's what I'm talking about. But what are the lots for your name? It's perfect for acquiring insects. What was Tommy and Zach? Well, Tommy's gonna catch up with us later, after karate practice, and become how Zach is around bugs. Especially spiders. Well, he has an ocular test to teach.
So there's enough bugs around here.
Let's get to lunch.
You know, but not so bad once you get to know them. Hey, Billy, how do I get this?
That's a nice find. Oh, my manual.
So I think the last remaining problem here. Okay, we're gonna do a couple of things here. The last problem here is that when we do this, I think it's applying to the gun as well. So like for example, if I skip the logic for the character ragdoll animation, then the gun should fall but the character should float. And I don't think the gun's gonna bounce. Hmm.
Now remember, only use these books for self-defense when you're in real danger. Okay? I'm gonna show you guys another combination, and I want to start with something simple this time. Who wants to go first? I do. All right, step one up. You guys back up and give us a little room, okay? All right, here we go. Ready? Okay, that's pretty good.
All right.
Oh man, my car. I didn't even get it. So you guys stay here and practice. I'll be right back. Okay? Close like fits.
Can we just nullify it? Hey, almost. Is it actually outside of a zone? No.
Oh man, this is impossible. I've got your cover with those butterflies. Wait, that's not the real statue. He's got space in his hair. Fuck up, follow. I bet Lee sent it.
Um, so we can actually.
Putties and bugs, I wait. Right here, come on, let's get back in that.
Because if we could make this so that it just applies individually when the physics is on for it, then that would obviously be the best. Having to do all this, because then we just automatically get the gun working properly. But I don't know how to. See if they all have the same. They don't.
That's terrific. Hey guys, guess what? Not the tear historical landmark. Exactly. This experience helped me become the first virus. Oh, absolutely. And I mean, other thing to say, that is one problem I will overcome. That's good, man. You know, it's really good. This is what they were doing right here in the shoulder. It's probably good. Good thing you're only telling me first about it.
If we do it like this. Okay. So we filter it down to uniques. And then all right, hold up. Something like this. Character words.
Well, perhaps we can simply reconstruct it.
Time and effort for nothing. Yeah. There's no way we can get almost in a day.
Haha. There it is. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, so yo, what up, dude? So I was frustrated when I was doing the ragdoll by the fact that like I was having to make a lot of changes to the like way that it was being calculated. Yeah. um so basically I wanted to try the kind of inverse of what we were doing. So what I was doing was I had these gravity zones, right? And I had a little gravity component that I could attach to an object, and that gravity component would check to see which zones it was in and figure out the priority. And the reason I did it that way is because I wasn't really sure how to make a logic loop from the zone level that could also maintain priority between different zones. But what I've done is figured out a way to do that. So basically, instead of a little subcomponent applying the gravity to objects, the zones themselves apply gravity to all the objects that they're intersecting with at any given time. Um, so this is a couple advantages. One, we don't need a ton of like specialized logic in the character, and two, like our zone implementation of our actual gravity logic is always the same. And the only thing we have to change when we override new gravity zones is we have to add a collision object to it to define the zone boundaries. And we have to override the get gravity data and get dampening data nodes. Yeah, well, I mean, it wasn't like a walk in the park because what we actually, the thing that uh, throws a hitch in that plan is you need priority, right? Because if you just have all the zones applying gravity, that's fine in some cases, but if you want to have a zone that overrides the gravity of another zone, like it's more important. So, like when an object crosses into it, it's not just taking into account the gravity zone it's in, it has to take it into account every other gravity zone that it's overlapping with. And I wasn't sure how to do that. But what I ended up doing is making a couple methods. So what we basically do is if it's a character, we invoke get overlapping actors, and then we iterate each get overlapping actors with a gravity zone filter. So we get all the actors that are overlapping the thing that we're checking that are gravity influence zones. And then we figure out what the maximum priority is, and if the maximum priority is equal to the priority of this zone, then we will apply gravity to the object. And then likewise, for components, it's got to be a little bit different because that get actors method doesn't actually return anything for components. So for components, we have to do it like this. Get component overlap actors with the world transform of the component. Um, Basically all the object types, gravity influence zone as our filter. Then we loop through each, and then we have to cast it this time. We get the priority, we do our maximum calculation, and then we return this. So that gives us like a simple way to check if the zone we're in should apply, or if there's another higher priority zone that's also overlapping that will apply. So we do that. And the cool thing about that is now we can clean a lot of this up too. Because we just naturally get the ragdoll by virtue of the way it's working. And I'll show you what I mean. Character movement, character movement. So we have one case for characters because characters work through the custom gravity stuff, but non-character objects still work through like add impulse physics, and they don't have like custom rotation logic and such. We also have to use the world pass the world location to calculate gravity data, It's not relevant for the zones I'm using right now, but realistically, it would be relevant for any zones you would want to use practically because you're probably going to have like a fall off function, right? As you get further away from it, the gravity goes down. And to do that, you need to be able to pass in the location that you're trying to sample gravity for. So we come up here, we check to see the priority. If we're the highest priority, then we calculate the gravity data using our world location from our static mesh or our skeletal mesh. And we set our gravity data for the character movement based on the gravity direction and the gravity acceleration over 980, which is their internal scale. Because this is like a coefficient, not like a raw number. Then yes, cleaning up huge chunks. Then we come down here. If so, once we're done with processing our gravity characters, we're going to come down here and I keep this manage actors array. And this is another thing that like I wasn't sure about is is this this array was returning me a component for every bone in the actor, but every one of those components was the skeletal mesh, which is really confusing because I would have expected it to return like the sub component that the bone is if it was going to do that, but that's not how it was working. So when you call this function right here, the overlapped actors, it's going to give you like root component like 30 times, um, which I was like, okay, that doesn't seem right. And that was causing problems because I was applying force to it like 30 times. So I end up having to do two loops here. We create a placeholder array of managed components. This is wrong, actually. I guess it was working because I had it set as an add unique, which makes sense. But if I do it, all right. So after we finish the step of processing the characters, we come down here, we begin processing components. So we clear out this array. We get this array that I was just saying contains a bunch of duplicates. I run one pass loop on that to add them using the add unique function to the manage components array. And then when that's done, we do another loop. This time we actually process the values. We don't want to apply this to any object that's not simulating physics. So that's one of our conditions here. And we don't want to apply it if it's not the highest priority zone. So that's our other condition here. We take these conditions, we AND them together. So assuming it's simulating physics and we're in the highest priority gravity zone, um, we hit true. We calculate the gravity data based on the elements location, which I was having big problems with. Like I was trying to get the gun to have separate, right, to have like separate gravity interactions with the rest of the character model. It's like I was applying stuff to the character model and it was fucking up the gun. I was applying stuff to the gun, it was fucking up the character model. So I detach when you die, I detach the gun and turn physics simulation on for it. Um, and we're gonna see what happens in just a second for that. So to calculate the actual gravity force that we're going to apply is the direction times the acceleration times the delta seconds. And that's true for the skeletal mesh or for the non-skeletal mesh. And so the last thing I do, I try to cast it as a static mesh. If that's successful, we're going to just add an impulse to it. And then if it's not successful, I'm going to add an impulse to all bodies below with include self-checked, which is like a skeletal mesh thing to apply it to all the bones. Um, so what ends up happening is because I'm doing it this way, we get a separate, like it's processing the gun component as a separate part of this loop as a separate iteration, which I just got working a second ago. But like now, if I kill this guy, right, and say I just kick just the gun, I don't want to shoot it because it's too strong. Can I? Okay, maybe I will shoot. Okay, never mind. Hang on. Let's try again. I gotta figure out, like, it was working a second ago with kicking it, but yeah, see, like, there it goes. Okay, so now just the gun flies away because I kicked it into the gravity zone, but the character stays here, and if I kick the character, oh, nope, now I'm in the gravity zone. Well, if I shoot the character into the zone, the character gets the gravity. So, like, I was able to separate out the processing of the character, and then here's the static mesh that goes in there, and it works too. And then finally, my actual character model. Now, the only thing I got to figure out is I had like smooth rotation transitions with the other way, and I'm just like setting the gravity direction, like hard stop setting it. So it's causing me to flip camera like instant, flip camera in orientation non gradually. But this doesn't require, the cool thing about this is it doesn't require me to attach anything to any of the objects. It just works. So like that's really nice because that means that out of the box it's going to work with any physics enabled static meshes. It's going to work with any physics enabled skeletal meshes. It's going to work with any characters that are well, that okay, it's not going to work with any characters. You have to go figure out all the fucking character orientation specific translation and rotation logic, but it works for everything else. And if you've implemented the logic I was talking about, which really what it is if we go to the character model, um, it's if we look at the animation blueprint, it's two things we've got to calculate. Basically, shit. It's animation blueprint, direction, and pitch. Um, and I think there was something else too. But yeah, basically we needed the direction and pitch for our animation blueprints, for our blend spaces and such. So we had to figure out how to calculate those relative to like the character's down vector rather than what it was doing. Bye. And if I shoot it, it'll start flipping around. It's pretty fun. I gotta figure out why this thing is not like I'm getting collision on this gun and it's like stopping my character. It should be like kicking it. So I gotta figure that out. But yeah, it was I've been I've been futzing with this for the past few hours. I do think it's close now. And then there's one other thing that I think will be useful for this. And that's that if we're doing it at this level, um when it comes time to make these move, we should be able to add the acceleration Yeah, we should be able to, for any of these objects, we should be able to add the acceleration from the platform to this, and apply the impulse, and that'll give us like our frame of reference relative motion. So like if the thing's moving, it doesn't just slide off. And then we should be able to do something similar to the character model, and it should be easier to do it from here than it was from the other way. I wish there was. Is there a way? No. I guess I could add it as a map. But this is like pretty concise, I think, for what it's doing. Clean up this blueprint, make it a little bit less messy here. And I'll have to abstract some of this. Like right now, I'm just applying it to the rifle component, but I'm gonna probably need to add like a weapon wrapper component or something like that. I didn't understand a few things. I keep saying this to myself. Well, we're really lucky is that the actual gravity calculation is pretty simple. Like, we're lucky that the math that goes into like figuring out the actual gravity is actually pretty trivial, and it's really just a matter of like struggling through how we're supposed to apply that. Because if gravity was more complicated, then I would be, I would probably burn out. We don't need current highest priority anymore. High gravity to high gravity to components. But really, the best part of this is that it's just kind of agnostic of like setting up things. Like, I don't have to attach a bunch of little sub actors to everything that I want to have physics. It just works. Also, I'm getting some collision on. It seems like I'm getting some collision on the fucking line traces, which is probably not ideal. See, like now I've got ragdoll physics on this thing, and I can maybe. Oh, shit. I didn't say it was easy, but there it is. But the gun has its own little physics as well, which is. It took me way too long just to get that. the there's a couple more problems with this that I haven't quite worked out yet. One of the problems is that obviously what you just saw, the direction changing really quickly is very disorienting. So like when I'm bouncing in between this zone and this zone, it's like really disorienting. Let's actually make some notes. Um, Gravity direction change is disorienting. Needs to happen more smoothly. Ideally, it should prioritize a rotation that does not invert view direction. I have no idea how to do that, but like ideally we would have like here's our aim rotation. Figure out a way to flip the gravity while maintaining the aim rotation in the same uh, vector, not the same rotation, but like looking in the same direction. And I think that would be way less disorienting. I just don't know how the fuck I'm gonna do that. And then and then why is there seemingly a collision with line traces? Why is the gun sometimes kickable and sometimes it's just in brick? How the hell? How am I supposed? Okay, wait. I got it. Nope. Fuck. Yeah, see, like it's a fucking brick right now. Gotta shoot it, and then it gets obliterated. Um, what could? Okay. Idea. Something like that, and then we can just apply less force to the gun when we shoot it. There we go. That's pretty awesome. Oh shit, that's funny. Amazing. I want to figure out is I want to I want to put a crosshair in the center of the screen and cast a permanent line trace from it and have the character when ADSing, I want him to like adjust the aim so that the rifle points roughly at the intersection, whatever the closest intersection of the crosshair. So like if you had an object, because like a crosshair isn't going to work perfectly on a third person shooter because you're offset from the center. So like we need to create some logic to have the character point adaptively point. Also want to figure out some physically based like hit animations so that like the character like joggles around when it's getting shot. One thing that we can do pretty easily here is in our animation graph. Base speed. This is the wrong place to do it. Base speed. So we just set this as 500 to match the default setting. And then we can aim speed multiplier. Crouch speed multiplier. It's late at night and I'm sleepy, so my dyslexia is really fucking bad. Alright, so aim speed, crouch speed, sprint speed multiplier. Firing multiplier. Modified speed. So compile, we'll say ADS is going to impose 30%. We'll say crouching will impose 60%. Sprinting will give us an additional 40%. Firing will slow us by 20%. And we can just do right. We might not need if statements. If we do 1 minus this, so if we are crouching, this would equate to 0. There's a way to do this. Yeah, I have. I use it all the time, dude. I mean, a lot. I don't use it. It's not. It's not a silver bullet for writing code or solving problems. I tend to use it more as a rubber duck. So, like something to bounce ideas off of. Occasionally, I'll have it spit out some code, but you usually have to fix it. But it can get you like part of the way there. but I use it more as a rubber duck. So like I'll bounce ideas off of it, I'll see what its suggestions are, and a lot of times I'll be like, oh, none of these are good. I'm gonna have to figure it out. But like sometimes it has good ideas, and it's useful in that way. And also when you're brainstorming using it, you have a record of like your whole brainstorming process. If you ever want to go back in it or go up the page, all that stuff is really useful, I think. And then if you need to do something that's not complicated, it'll be fine at doing that, like breaking a struct or some shit like that. But I would suggest if you want to use the AI to help you, use it more of like a thing to brainstorm with and bounce ideas off of. So like, oh, I want to do this. How? What are some ideas to go about that? And then it'll have some ideas. Then you say like, okay, what would the implementation for one of these look like? And it'll give you an implementation. It'll probably be like 75% right. Um, yeah, it's gonna hallucinate all the time. You have to like, um, I think AI is a huge like noob trap. I kind of feel for kids that are going to college currently because like it'll shoot you out something that looks right, and if you haven't been coding for a long time, you won't be able to look at it and just immediately be like, oh no, this part's definitely wrong. Like I don't know how to do this, but I know that this isn't the way to do it, and you kind of need that to use it effectively because otherwise it will send you down rabbit holes, and if you don't know when to like cut your losses, you could waste a lot of time. That said, as like um a note taker and a thing to bounce ideas off of, because like if you're like me, like say I'm trying to figure out something complicated, let's say I'm trying to figure out light scattering equations for like a Raymarsh atmosphere shader, right, based on physics. Nobody around me in my day-to-day life is going to know what the fuck I'm talking about, and none of them are going to be able to help me with that, like even a little bit. The AI will. Yeah, it can do that. The AI will have some degree of subject matter experience on whatever you're talking to it with, which is useful just for hashing ideas out. And like I said, note taking, and I definitely think it's the best like rubber duck, and it's good for generating like a bunch of like template code, structs, simple things. Sometimes it can be astoundingly good at making complicated things, and sometimes it will put out something that is like an abomination. So like that is where it's really like hit or miss, like trying to actually make it do stuff. But using it as a rubber duck and a note automatic note taking machine is great. It's also good. Um, Another really good use for AI is say you're trying to fix your project and it has a bug and you have like a massive stack trace, and like yeah, you could crawl that stack trace yourself and look for exactly what's going wrong and track that down, and then when you do that you're going to have another error and you could go track that down, and you could spend a few hours doing that. um, I would suggest copy paste your whole stack trace, just say, hey, I got this error, and then colon and paste your whole stack trace. And then go work on your actual code for a minute while the AI spits out some shit. And then go back to the AI and see what it said. And it's going to be like, oh, we think this problem's here in this class. And it's actually pretty good at crawling stack traces like that. So that's another way that you can use it to kind of speed up. It's quite good at that. All right. So I'm thinking I want to do this without if statements if possible. So we can cast booleans to integers. I do it in the other project? I feel like I did it this way in the other project. Hmm. Or like here, my brain's foggy. I'm having trouble thinking, so I have a value. How can I multiply all base if they their booleans without using any branch statements? True is 1, false is 0, float, base value 1 plus bool times multiplier 1 minus 1. 1 plus the boolean times the multiplier minus 1. Alright. What? No, no, no. There we go. It was 1 plus the boolean times the multiplier minus 1. Okay. Add 1 minus 1 multiply. One plus the Boolean conversion times the multiplier minus one. Okay. 1 plus the Boolean conversion times the multiplier minus 1. Seems fine. And then we can just copy paste this. And multiplication is transitive. Okay. Crouching, then aiming. Damn it. Do more. Firing. Sprinting. Firing. Yeah, like speaking of AI, like I actually shelled out for Copilot for a little while and I actually canceled it. Because I didn't like having it integrated into the IDE. I would rather go have like a tab open and explicitly go find go like query like ChatGPT or something when I need it, rather than having it constantly in my IDE no matter what. Uh, your mileage may vary, but for me, having it constantly there when I'm coding was like almost more of a hindrance than a help. It's like when I want it, I'll go ask it. Until then, I don't really want it suggesting shit. We don't need these branches anymore. We can just. Actually, don't need any of this. Get our animation speed back in here. Probably here is where we can lerp the rotation. Okay. That's definitely not correct. Definitely not right. It's not. So Copilot's not incredibly flashy. It's more like advanced code completion, but it would, instead of like completing the line that you're on, not like automatic, like it would show you like a grayed out version of not just like the syntax of the thing that you're typing in, but it would suggest like an entire like block of code. So like if I start a loop, it would like by context like figure out what I might be trying to loop over and then populate that. But it was just like I don't want it to do that. I just want it like if I want it, I'll go get it. I don't want it like doing that while I'm coding. All right, we're just gonna do it with fucking branches. Fuck it. I was trying to be fancy. Shouldn't have tried to get so fancy. Should have known better. Alright, let's try that. So if we're crouching, we apply the crouch modifier. If we're aiming, we apply the aim modifier. If we're firing, we apply the fire modifier. If we're sprinting, we apply... Okay, let's try it. God damn it, motherfucker. Ah, fuck me. Wonder... Yeah, it's late. Trying to burn the candle at both ends and make the best of my Christmas break. Alright, we got normal. We're faster. Slower. Even slower. Even slower. Ready to go. Oop. Oh yeah, so I need to move the point that the bullets originate just a little smidge up on the gun so that when you're walking forward, it doesn't register a hit on your gun. Or maybe I just disable damage on the gun itself. That might work. But no, you don't want them to hit the gun either. There it goes. Alright, we got run speed again, crouch speed, run speed. Oh, I'm gonna die. Look, here, I'll kill myself. I'm dead. Banny Ban Ban. Go fuck yourself, spammer. We also got, like, I got it registering the button things are hit, so we can do, like, headshots and stuff whenever I get that far. Different damage multipliers for different areas. Come on, hit. I got one. Now it's spinning. Hello. Okay, so here's the stuff that needs work. The gravity direction changes its orient and it needs to happen more smoothly. Ideally, it should prioritize a rotation that does not invert the view direction. How in the hell do we do that? Why am I colliding with my line traces? Um, move, move, fire, projectile, start point up a smidge. From a gun. Disable or reduce damage from gun hits. Collision with line traces. And why is the gun kickable and sometimes it's just a brick? Uh, I do really like I do really like the fact that it works with like ragdoll really well. There's definitely some overhead, but as long as we're not intersecting too many gravity zones, um, I think we're fine because like we're basically introducing complexity in that um, because we're tracking it from the outside in and not the inside out, and we have to track priority from other things at the same level. We have a bunch of extra loops we have to do for checking priority and figuring out if we're going to apply our shit or not. Like, we've got, let's see, take the default scene route, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we've got one loop here. We got to get all the overlapping actors. And then in here, there's another loop. And in here, there's two loops. Um, so we have two nested loops here and three here. But our saving grace is um, the inside of our loop should not be very big. Like, we're talking, you would probably never want to overlap more than like 3 or 4 gravity zones. I'm not, like, I can't think of very many good use cases for doing that. So, like, if your iteration max is 4, and then we're getting like maybe 30, components, and we have to remove the duplicates in the overlap for components. So at max, we're adding like maybe 34 iterations, which isn't crazy. Yeah, so there's two zones. There's two zones overlapping. Because if I didn't have an outer zone, I wouldn't have gravity on my character. So if you see this big collision sphere that's highlighted right now, that one has downward gravity, and this one has upward gravity. They're just the inverse. So this is 980 down, and this is 980 up. So what's going on is I punt the character into this zone. He falls upwards till he leaves the zone, and then he starts getting downward gravity until he falls back into the zone, and then he gets upward gravity and then downward gravity. That's actually exactly what it's supposed to be doing. So, like, yeah, if we watch this, it goes up, it leaves the zone, it falls back down, it enters the zone again, and now it left out the back of the zone. For the player, we shoot him in the back of the head, we kick his body into the zone, flies up, enters the zone again, flies down, up, now it fell outside, now it's just in the big one. So yeah, it's doing what it's supposed to do. Up, down, up, down, up, down. It's close to the edge, and it falls. So what you're actually seeing is the interplay between two different zones of different priorities. So like the smaller zone has a higher priority than the bigger zone. So when you go into that, you get that zone. Oh, that's actually um, center of gravity for overlapping zones of the same priority will need to be addressed. So, because the zone with the highest priority, because multiple zones could be acting on the same actor at the same time, um, and applying different gravities to the actor. I mean, it's added as an impulse, so it's fine to do it that way. The problem is the gravity direction. If each one is trying to set the gravity direction, and they're, I mean, we could probably test it. Actually, let's test it. Let's do 1,000. Just a very minor amount more up than down, but it's gonna have the same priority. So what I'm worried about is not the acceleration, because that should be right. I'm worried about the direction of gravity. Yeah, yeah, I thought it might do that. So like, ugh, that's actually a tricky problem. Can I put like the chamfer cube to signify the boundary so that I can walk into it? something like that. There it is. So like you basically have a conflict in the center or in the gravitational direction being set by these two different things. And even though they're applying the right amount of force in that intersecting zone, the right way to do it. Mm, yeah, I mean, like in most cases, you want a different priority. The only time you wouldn't want a different priority is something like a moon and a planet that have like a slightly overlapping gravity spheres. So when you're flying your spaceship through the overlapping area, you get different like gravity effects, right? But having different priorities even for that might be fine because you could just put a higher priority on the planet gravity, lower priority on the moon gravity, and it'd be fine. The way we would do that is we would basically have to designate one of the spheres to do the calculation so that both aren't doing it. And that sphere would have to. Just thinking, that sphere would have to, like. I mean, to get the center of gravity for overlapping zones is actually not too hard. You just calculate the sum of the vectors, and then the center of gravity is the oh god, I did it in the other one. It's like you calculate the sum of the direction vectors, I think, weighted by their magnitude. So like direction vector 1 times its velocity or its acceleration, direction plus direction vector 2 times its acceleration, I think, and then you just use that as the direction. But it's too late. It's too early in the morning to think about that right now. Um, I mean, this is a pretty good amount of progress, even so. I think tomorrow I can make these zones have like relative motion, impart relative motion to the things inside them. So like that's what I was doing over here, but I never was able to get it to quite work right. I think I can get it to work right with this method actually. Because we can, because we're inside of here for the physics based objects, we can impart a, okay, so like is falling branch to the non-physics based object, which would be like the player character. If we're falling, we can just simply add the directional offset, the frame directional offset of the scene root. So like basically this logic. We have a variable to keep the previous zone velocity and acceleration. We calculate the difference in location, previous position, velocity, and acceleration. Wait, no. Previous position and velocity, then current velocity, current acceleration. Um, and also just current position offset. If the player's falling, we can just add a movement offset. Add actor world offset. So, and we might as well use it from here. I'm gonna break this for now. But yeah, we would basically check if it's falling. If it is, um, we would apply delta location, sweep and teleport. And that's going to make it so that the character, when you're jumping inside a moving thing, you don't just go flying off the edge. And then likewise down here, we can take whatever we calculate for the zone acceleration and just add it to our impulse that we calculate to add to non-character objects. And hopefully that should make it so that non-character objects stay inside the zone when it's moving. And then we have a nice gravity zone when it's with its own frame of reference, and we can attach it to other objects and use it as a spaceship or a vehicle or a moving platform that flips around and does acrobatic shit. Wait, how am I moving? What? Oh, in the can I that experience is a little confusing too. I'm not ready quite yet to delete the other gravity zones just in case something comes up and this becomes non-viable, but I do like this method better. Mainly because the actual implementation of these is very, very simple. Okay, we want to expose priority. Should I call this default gravity vector? The problem with this is that the gravity vector thing doesn't apply to everything. Don't think I'm using managed actors anymore. Beautiful. Fine, I'll rename it the same as the thing. Current highest priority, shouldn't need that anymore. Priority we need. Delta seconds, gravity vector. Gravity vector as a default. So this would be very useful as a default because in a lot of cases it's all you need, and it gives us a really good like base state. But in some cases, your gravity vector is going to be computed relative to the zone itself, and in those cases, it's not useful at all. I don't know if I want it here or not on the base objects. Yeah, do later. Have a good morning. I'm gonna go to sleep here in just a minute. We can get rid of this. Let's add our damping. No, not this. I think maybe it's fine to have a default gravity vector and just override it. Damping, so now we can go here. That's the last thing I gotta add to this guy's calculations is damping. Luckily that's pretty easy. So damping is just damping is pretty simple. It's whatever the velocity was times the damping value. times the interval times -1 add impulse. Basically, that will slow it down by some percentage every second. And then down here is the same thing. Get velocity. Sequence. Velocity times damping times delta times -1. And we can actually just apply this here, I think. And this is going to cause things to basically gradually come to a stop. And now, real quick, to in the night, I'm going to crank the damping up to 1. And this should be pretty apparent, I think. Definitely hung out a lot longer there. Need to get some visualization stuff going on with these zones. You see, like, the linear velocity is kind of stopped here, too. Like, it didn't just keep flying. A little bit of damping is good, but we definitely don't want so much that things falls in the air. So we'll take damping back to like a 0.05, which I think is a little bit more realistic. No, stop. Stop. Okay. Thinking, 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 thinking. These calculations would be tomorrow. Refactor. And for these, we can just. We. Damn it. God damn it. We didn't have to do any of this shit. Let's see if it behaves the same as the damping calculation that we had. Oh fuck. Put this in there. It looks about the same. It's a great. This is actually a great way to test the set high linear dampening, and we can test the movement transitions pretty easily this way. All right. But so okay, here's why I think it's okay. We could use the magnitude of this even in the case that we don't have like the ability to set the direction directly. We could use the magnitude of this as the magnitude of our gravity, right? So like if this is negative 980, then you're going to get sucked towards the center of a circle or a sphere. If this is positive, then it would repel you away. So that's fine. Damping can be like a base damping value in cases that it's calculated derivatively, and priority always has to be there, so that's fine. All right, it's 5:20 a.m. I'm going to fucking sleep.